Welcome to the stream, and we are heading straight into the game this time around. We don't even have the studio department anymore. We're just going to hop in to train, as it's going to be one of the maps picked. After that, we are going to be hopping into Ancient, and if we need it, Overpass is on the board. It's kind of nice to see that Overpass is one of the played maps so far, basically on every single best of 3. And yeah, we got WOPA going against XPERION. And WOPA's pick at the moment is on the table. That's going to be the train that we're looking at. Rizar will be the one to actually drop down Santos. Skodo catches one in between, but that's going to be ZZ and Pixels. Wait a minute. This is actually starting to turn around with Skay's double there. Nice way to get back into the game if they want to actually make this round happen. Not the worst 1 versus 2. Catches the first one, goes for the second one, and that's just gonna be the clutch for him too. WOPA, they actually make it happen. Gade, what a beautiful way to stop that round. Here we go. What a nice start there. XPERION. NXT seems to be... Actually, that's a fresh roster for me. The first time I've seen it. Time to do some work here. XPERION NXT. So yeah. Cool looking shirts. Nice little team that they have here. To this day, I don't really know what NXT really means, so... Mouse Academy wasn't like next or something? I'm not entirely sure. But, meanwhile, from XPERION, we are seeing a buy here. That's gonna be the 5-7 MP9s and 1 Scout. And Pixels. Pixel. That's gonna be a fun name to pronounce. He's going to be the one rocking that longer barrel right here. And this is just going to be a little bit of a slower round this time around. 45 seconds left, and it seems like WOPA is getting ready to push towards that B side. That's going to be the first line of the utility. A simple flash combo for them to actually push in. It's getting a little bit sloppy. They're losing players. Case, let's come out with one of those kills, but a couple of the players starting to be a little bit too low. Tamlike will be going down as well, and Case left in a 1 versus, well, dead at the moment. Jansen with Hunters. They do pull it back. The problem is Hunters doesn't quite get that 8k. That's going to be 1 picked up weapon for the next round. But it's a bit of a blunder in a way. A very simple execution towards that B side, especially without any signs of light. Not that much of a... That was basically very straightforward. Maybe that's the issue here. This time around, the buy looks amazing from the side of XPERION. Now we have some issues on the side of WOPA. Basically, pistols with that one Galil. Galil will be dropped already. Jensen catches Godo from the pop dog. There's going to be a player lost right there. Meanwhile, Riser catches actually a double kill from the A main. That's going to be a nice way to pop back into the game. 1 more for the books. That is going to be a triple for the man so far. And as Zanto is wondering where the rest of his team is. And this is a buy round from the side of WOPA. That is going to be a tough pill to swallow after that second round. Nice little combo there. Nobody's to touch it. And just a Glock train. Most of their players, well, this is actually going to be a full B-side bash, it seems like. Lower platform seems to be the way. That is just going to be actually a couple of kills for this other Pixel, but some good trades are coming in. Xanto does get a couple of kills. They might actually get that bomb down. The question is, can he do some more damage? No. So, it's a good plant. Extra money for the economy. And they do drop 2 weapons, which is very expensive on the CT side, so that's not a bad way to start. Now as they're going to go for the buy, it would be very healthy for them to contest for a round like this. Been looking at the money side on this side of XPERION after the buy. It's actually looking very healthy on their side. 1400 loss bonus on top of the, well, on the minimum they have 2700, so that is definitely going to be enough for a buy. Some of the players even touching 8k, which is just insane. Farmed up money. Oh, that was a little bit of a team dink there, but doesn't matter. Kate does catch the first kill here at the start of the round. And that will be Pixel. Nice shot from Riser. Tamlight catches the quick trade there. That's going to be easy to pull it back to 3 versus 3, which is a little bit more manageable here. Now it's all about little nukes and crannies, the timings here. As they are pushing a little bit closer from the Ivy, that's possibly the 1 versus 1 they're looking for. I'm not entirely sure if they have any idea that there's a player passed by. They're actually still looking towards Ivy. A side has been already lost. So this is going to be a push towards the con. The play from Sheezy, if he actually misses the op shot here, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Already the push coming in. Oh, he's actually going to get knifed. Nope. Tamlike has to go for the quick play. Already a push coming in. That's a sloppy spray coming in from the side of Hunters. He does get the kill, but gets traded very quickly. That's the bomb going down. Jensen trying to stop it, but his teammate was aware of it. Op will be brought back in towards the T side, so it's going to be seen again. Not on the same team, though. Early shots coming in. That's actually the picked up off already going down. GZ catches one with the FAMAS, so that's going to be Xanto already after a 1 round WOPA. Losing a couple of players at the start. Utility being spent from the T-side main, already pushing in. That's aggression right there. Skaze left alone in a 1 versus 5, but already dropping one of the players. Leaving the door open for an ace, but it is just not going to happen. Hunters is just ready for that to happen. Thinking about that double pickup there for a little while, but he's not going to go for it. It's actually not that useful in this version of the game anymore, so it is better just to chill with the weapons you have. Keeps the economy alive a little bit better as well. Of course, the weapon was free. Here we go. Deagles and a couple of clogs. Or actually 1 deagle, rest of them are clogs. This is kinda not looking great. Division 2 games will not be posted on HLTV. Maybe on the playoff stage usually. Nice little deagle shot there coming in. Riser will be dropped. That's gonna be Skates with actually a double entry here. That's a little bit of a better looking round now, as they do win the full save, basically. go. Quicker pace outside. Couple of kills there for WOPA side. Quick trade at the middle. It's gonna be Skates to actually come out with one more CZ. Does grab the kill onto Cade. That will be the off from Skodo. He could keep up the pace. The problem is Ryzar is actually just waiting for that to happen. That's gonna be the Molotov to try to hold down the player on top of that. Squeaky. I'm not entirely sure if people still call that the Melvin run or whatever. There might be a other name for it, to be honest. I should check that. Nice catch for Connector, and at the moment WOPA seeming to waking up finally. And now we're starting to see that control that we're looking for in a map like this. New terrain callouts. Let's check that out. Because I've heard a couple of different names. I'm a little bit unsure. Yeah, because the other side usually was Melvin or Hell. And that's Olaf. It's still Olaf. Okay. Yeah, it's still Olaf. They still do call it the pop dog, so. No popping from that dog. Can I pet that dog, though? Zanto, after dumping the utility. Oh, is there a problem with the microphone? Hello? Getting ready for whatever aggression here is, but XPERION. Basically just equipped with pistols this time around. That's gonna be the USB stray 1P250. And one pet for that dog, though. That might be the cutest video I've ever seen. Gotta pet that dog. There's a remix for it too. Anybody who enjoys trap music. What does MRN mean? I have no idea what that actually could mean. But meanwhile, from WOPA, 55 seconds left on the table. This is just going to be them playing a very slow round, which is basically going to be the right way to go around it. So not that bad to spend a couple of minutes off the clock, just to make sure if they are going to be seeing any type of push. That's going to be the Molotov for Olaf. Meanwhile, Hell will be checked with another set of utility. That's just a simple smoke to make sure that it's going to pop. So number 6 will be smoked entirely. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a corner here where Tamlike is just waiting for that push to happen. It's kind of interesting how they shut off some portion of the map, so I do like it. They call it the Chinese door. That's a new one. Quick push there, Tamlike. Does a little bit damage. The problem is it doesn't get the kill, but it's enough to re-deter the enemies from pushing. They know there's a crossfire there. Not losing a member so far. This is actually very good for the T side. It's gonna be perfect. Even though they take a little bit damage, not the end of the world. They're all right. 5th round on the board. XPERION finally getting to buy again. And right here, we could actually start to see some issues if they lose the round. They started off with a nice CT comeback there after the first round, just starting to put their own rounds on the board. Even though they lost one, they did win one back very quickly on. Now, as this is WOPA's pick, if you want a challenge on a map like this, you would definitely want some more CT side rounds here. Of course, they might have an insane T side. Oh my god. Pixel just absolutely erases Skodo from that jump. That's just a singular shot to the face. Insane way to start off the round. So, definitely looks like experienced players are, well, they're on point today. That's going to be the defending kill. Meanwhile, Ivy control coming in. They know there was a boost for that. A jumping shot coming. No, it's actually Pixel shooting his own teammate. Zanto just leaps into the fight. Wins the second duel there. I'm not entirely even sure what that was, but that was just insane. And right now, after a beautiful start, WOPA just takes the round back, basically. And looking at the money that they have, XPERION, they really can't go for the retake there. But they have to go for the save. Maybe if they could actually save one of those ops, that would be the best way to go about it. But oh, a team shot to the back of the face. And a very awkward duel there. Oh boy, mistakes like that, especially with the new MR12, you even have a less of a chance to make some mistakes like those. Now that can balloon all the way till 8. Just looking at the buy at the moment that they have, they really can't go for anything crazy, so they have to save about $1,000 here. Preferably a little bit more. For a second there was an idea to buy an MP9, but it's just not going to be enough. So, selling those weapons off. 5.7s and a couple of deagles. That's the most they can actually go for. Sheezy already being kind of spotted there. That's got to be the close. Ooh, Skodo almost not focusing on the angle where the push is coming for. He's trusting his teammate, which is kind of nice to see. So Tamlike handles that situation perfectly. It is going to be the Molotov for number 5 there. Red train will be burning. That's going to be the flash outside. So Pixel turns around from it. The issue is they're starting to lose some teammates. Oh god, he has to reload that weapon too. This is just getting harder and harder by the second. Oh, now we're starting to see some NA utility. One shot at least. That Deagle finally starting to do some work, but the problem is Case comes up with a quick trade, and they still have a mad advantage, especially now with a double. So that's about it. Unless Sheezy goes absolutely nuclear. It's the only way for them to get back into the round. It's not going to happen. The Danish core look like they know what they're doing right now. And I have to say, with that 5 rounds straight, that little chance for them to start from the side XPERION is starting to fade away. That must hurt. This could be a very quick map too. Yeah, that's 20 kills on the first half of the first map. Just think about that. That has to be some amazing ADR, like 200 or something like that. Tamla, oh, yep. Here we go. I was kind of waiting for that to happen because Counter-Strike 2025 and we still don't have console issues fixed. You have to love it. Pixel with a kill onto Xanto. That's got to be the cross attempt. Cade left with just a little bit of HP to play around with, but he's still alive, I guess. That will then be the Molotov for the standard plant. They do get the bomb down, so Cade will be burning a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. That's going to be the nade. With a close angle, almost actually takes out Tamlike. That's going to be one player lost in between, so a 3 versus 4 with a couple of the players extremely low on HP. Through the smoke, Riser catches one of those kills onto Tamlike, and this could be a very good round for the side of XPERION to actually win. A smoke to push forward. That's going to be Riser. Getting a little bit closer and basically has to hit just a bullet here. That's going to be Skodo with a quick trade, but the problem is, as using an AWP, it's just not going to be enough. They have enough time to go for the defuse, and that is going to be at least the 5th round for them. Not the worst situation to be at, but they know they have to show us something on the T side. Here we go. Some amazing stats on the screen at the moment. 20-7. Not only is his ADR at the moment just insane, that's almost a KD of 3. So we're not actually even talking about literally just one more kill. And that is one of the craziest KDs I've seen in a while. Definitely looks like a map for him. And the funniest part is that they didn't win 12-0 with him posting 20 frags. They did actually lose 5 rounds. So, kind of crazy there. Half-time ticks. Waiting for the round to start here. A pistol round could be amazing for the side of XPERION. To continue exactly where they were left off. Seems like we might actually have a little bit of a longer tech pause here. Hopefully it gets resorted soon. So, not entirely sure what to say here. It's just one of those things. Still to this day, so many problems inside this one game. Hopefully in the future it gets fixed. That would actually be the second point of contention, making the viewer experience a little bit better in this one. It is getting to a point where it's almost perfect, but we just have a couple of issues here and there. For example, server crashing, issues with commands, not actually having the full commands for the spectator. Actually, something that could be awesome, where usually some broadcasts actually have some like larger issues, and Valve should know this. Especially knowing that this is a viewer sport for gaming at the moment. One of the like the peak of it is that you can't really do custom HUDs. You don't really do custom HUDs inside CS, which is kind of insane in a way to think about. You have to use a third-party software, Lexicon or Lexicon or something like that. And the issue there is there's so many potential problems that you can't actually even fully change everything. So it would be awesome if they gave you like some kind of a command or like a package that you could change right inside the game and make like some scripts for it in like a cheat environment friendly system or something like that that you have to, or maybe like a different app too, just like a viewer app. That would be awesome. That would help out some of the production so much. But that's life. You can always hope and beg. Let me ask if there's a... if we have any information on what happened on the server, why there's a little bit of a longer pause at the moment. Would be great to know. Yeah, Pixel's roster is basically German at this point. Wait a minute, they don't have the full roster here. So Jansen and Tricky, either they've been changed or they have replacements at the moment. Not entirely sure. That would be awesome to know. Let me actually check if there's any information before the game started. Didn't look like it. Yeah, we don't even have any information on what happened there. That's life. Sounds like we're starting to get those ticks, maybe ready ticks. go. It sounds like we're finally getting some signs of life inside the server. Tamalike still dropped. I love agreeing with the chat. So many reasonable comments. Never change. Oh boy, my back is just busted at the moment. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Guys that didn't catch the first half, WOPA CT side or T side now? I'm gonna answer, but Xaler, I really do need to ask. Can't you really figure out from seeing the screen at the moment? WOPA was on the T side, but brother, we're in the second half, and at the moment they're on the CTs. Like I said, I just literally came out with oh God, my back is just literally killing me. I just literally said that the chat never lets me down. But yeah, WOPA on their own map pick, they did a very good job on the T side. Skaze is literally posting a 20 kill game at the moment on the first half, so. Almost an hour spent on the first half. This is great. Or actually, no. The stream has been live for, I think, for 30 minutes before the game usually starts, so yeah. And this was a little bit late, so yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna take my words back. My bad. Seems like we finally got the player back onto the server, but still some issues. A quick little restart there, and we are finally hopping into the first round of the second half. So, welcome to the stream, boys. Finally starting. So, that is going to be WOPA on the CT side trying to defend against that pistol bash that we're about to see in about a second. That's going to be a P250 upgrade for the side of Jensen. So, seems like we just got a player on the server to... Wait a minute. Yeah, everything's okay. We good. So... Everybody's here. That is going to be just a little bit of fake, just a decoy there to make sure. Already a push coming in from the back. That's going to be Skaze with the kill on the Riser. So, a nice way to start it. We're definitely going to see the bomb plant at least. This time around, nobody's pushing from. It's not going to be the backstab coming into play, so a 1-to-1 trade and a 4 versus 4 retake, which is going to be reset for this moment right now. Hunters is still trying to look for those fights. That's going to be Pixel with the first kill. Hunters comes out alive with a double, and Pixel just shuts it down with his own as well. XPERION, to be honest, on that pistol round, looked like they knew exactly what they were going for. And it's kind of nice to see the similar style from the old train still alive. So when you go for the B side, you don't actually stay on the T side of the side. You just take the full backside as well. The more you get to push into, the better. But we have seen some counter plays coming in from the CT side, so everybody just rotates either from the pop dock or from the other side of the map, which is kind of funny. Backstabs. Fun. Jensen. Looking at these teams at the moment. Rizar equipped with a Galil. This is going to be a buy from the side of WOPA, and we are seeing a Nova. A funny little rocket right there. Couple of Deagles, UMP, and a Scouts from the upper platform. That's going to be the similar push that they were doing on the last half from the side of WOPA. This time around, it seems to be working. XPERION. Basically, they catch that first kill for free. It's going to be the Nova to go down. And from here, it is just easy pickings. Another weapon. That's going to be a Deagle that got upgraded, dropped. And right now, I'm not entirely even sure if you want to save those. Yep, it's better to have something than nothing on the next round. Xanto and Kate, they can just buy a simple pistol, but this doesn't really raise my wow factor in a way, if you understand. The UMP, you can actually make some money with it, but I'm not entirely sure what people actually think about the UMP these days. Is it that weapon that has that stick? So many of the players, they just use that MP9. It just works better. Here we go. Push for the A side right here. Quickest way to start off the round from Olaf. They're gonna catch a kill. Hunter actually comes down with a double. And that's basically it. All she wrote. WOPA will be giving the lead for the side of XPERION here. So it's going to be an 8-7 unless they go absolutely crazy with that Scout and a 5-7 combo. I'm not entirely even sure what kind of mistakes you kind of have to do here. Both of the players have to get their respectable kills, upgrade their weapons, and well, that's not going to happen. Skodo will be taken out. Pixel finds his own kill, and that's XPERION actually making this a flawless round. Just a little bit damage taken from the side of Rizar. But hey, okay. And round number 16 will be emerging. This is where they can actually make it a 9, destroy that economy. As they get to finally buy, the more weapons they take out, the better. Meanwhile, from the side of WOPA, this is their map pick. If they want to show us something on this map, on the CT side, we definitely have to see something. This can't just be a standard play. I'm gonna need to see some actual gameplay. Skaze starting to lose some serious KD here. Nice nade to open up the smoke. Oh, a little bit of a chasey kill there. That's not the best idea, but meanwhile on the other side of the map, that's gonna be Zizi with Rizar to actually come up with a couple of kills of their own. That's Santo True. Actually on top of the smoke. He finds the kill there. From Hell, there's gonna be Gade to come up with a double, and this is starting to look a lot better. If they could actually save these 3 weapons for the next round, not lose anymore, that is gotta be perfect. And a beautiful peek coming in from Santo. Now that CT side is starting to look like it's popped in. They do lose a couple of the players a little bit awkwardly there at the start. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't gain more A-side control with those entries, but hey, WOPA finding those perfect timings there. And here we are. That's a Golf, by the way. That's definitely a Golf. Money equipped. A little bit of banks being made there. Of course, it's going to be a buy from the side of XPERION. Oh, God, that's bad. For a secondary election, I think he flicked the left at the last possible moment there. Some kind of a brain juncture. But it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. They do lose an opper, which is not going to be a fun thing to lose, especially when you're playing that close without any immediate help. That's just a tough spot. How did he miss it? By not hitting the target. It looked like he hit it, but I think he flicked left. So, I think he saw the other player and just flicked left. Or mistakenly flicked left. But yeah, for a second there, it looked like he actually hit the target. That's just unfortunate. That happens every now and then, especially for offers. Already the B side has been pushed. Oh, that's a very nice kill from Xanto. The problem is he doesn't know that there's a player very close to the side already. CZ gets the quick trade, and they do get the map control from that B side as well. So that is going to be amazing. We're definitely going to see the plan right now. And with one of the players on the CT side, at the moment the map has been kind of twisted 90 degree. And this is going to be a little bit of a tougher retake. It is possible, especially with the players this separated. But this is going to be one of those situations. WOPA, they kind of have to win this, because if XPERION they win this one, this is going to be a problem. CZ. Oh god, everything is going at the worst possible timings here. Almost catching the player behind the smoke. A push from the back angle, and Hunters, he's definitely holding down. Cade might actually even go down with the plant here. And oh, trying to go for the full defuse. That wasn't the greatest spray we've seen, but they do save the 3 weapon spray next round. They win a round after WOPA here. And this is usually where we start to see some funny choices from the side of the CTs, as they barely have money for a full buy. Sometimes we see some ridiculous forces, and that might actually destroy the economy for the long haul. But they're going to go for the right buy here. So, half buy. They have enough loss bonus to actually re-equip for the next round. We are going to see ops and everything. And at the same time, they can actually challenge this round over here. But XPERION, they're at their 9. So if they win this one, that's going to be 10 on the board. Just a couple of rounds away from taking this away from their enemy's pick. And a little bit of a slower round. We're going to see the copy out of WOPA's book. Just playing a minute off the board. Looking if WOPA wants to go for some kind of a play here. And this is going to be Skace. Just waiting for a timing with that nade. It's got to be the utility from both angles. And finally, they're starting to step in towards the A side here. That nade, the smoke is going to be something. They can actually blow it up. That's a bit of a... Well, that didn't work out, but Skace gets to actually dance around here. He catches one of the kills. He's still dancing inside that smoke, which is a little bit of a problem here. Hunters is a little bit low, and through the smoke, they do find a second one. Okay, WOPA's starting to look a little bit better here. Skace comes out with a kill onto Pixel. Now, XPERION, they're just losing players left and right. This was supposed to be the easy round. Jeezy catches one. It's got to be the long... What? Did he run out of bullets at the worst spot? He's just dancing around on the side at the moment. Skace comes out with a kill onto Hunter. It's a 1 versus 2 with the 5-7 from the close angle. XPERION, they look lost. I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but that was one of the clunkiest T-side rounds I've ever seen. It looks like everybody was so out of their elements after pushing on towards the site. Literally, whatever happens. 9-9. This could be the little jolt that they need here. A full buy. A ridiculously promising round from the side of XPERION, and it basically just throw it away. I do understand there was a couple of plays at the start, especially close to the smoke, just waltzing around it. The problem is nobody's actually left to post anything, and after starting to lose a couple of players, the chaos seeps into the brains of experienced players, and you just see them running around, knowing exactly where the last push was. Not really taking a chill pill at any point, and it really gets out of control. Here we go. Tamalike. It's got a bit of molly to push out the CTs if they are holding that close spot. Some utility will be spent here. Nice. Oh, that actually, the swing was good. The problem is Riser, he was very ready for that to happen. That's going to be Cade with a kill on the Riser. Pixel comes out with his own. That's going to be the Tech 9 to actually launch in. A picked up M4 re-equips the T side. And Cheesy catches Santo. That has to be a save from Skodo. And again, a traded round. As long as they keep this up, this is going to be horrible for the CT economy. But XPERION, they don't really care about that. It's actually better for them. For the side of WOPA, again, left in a position where they kind of have to win this round, or this could get away from them. Mucho mango. Nice catch from Hunter there. Hello, Golf. MK, what's that? Like a MK4? Just to make sure. Yeah, it looks exactly like a Mark IV. Bro, I know cars. Good time. Here we go. For the love of Christ. Bit of a time out here for XPERION. They remember what happened last time they were leading on the server. So it's a good spot for them to have a little bit of a conversation on what they can actually do. And here we go. Close contact from Ivy. XPERION, they do handle it well. Both of the kills already been taken out. And right now they're just posting, knowing that one of the players might be pushing in. Go. That's gonna be Santo at least with one, but Wisar gets the quick trade. And through the smoke, Tamalite going for the double peek. That could have been a double through the smoke, to be honest, but Wisar left in a little bit of an awkward spot here, still going for it. The 5-7 is gonna find that head, so it's gonna be a quad for him. And that's round number, well, 20 already being bagged. Santo starts off the round with a kill on Cheesy. And a minute 30 left on the clock. They can actually still do a lot with this core here. Wouldn't be surprised if they're actually going for a little bit of a closer B-side push here. Xanto is very low. He does have a teammate here. That's going to be Skoda with the op, so really need to see some op shots. Unless we're going to see some perfect utility. Already sneaking a little bit closer. That's going to be the kill from a low HP player. Xanto takes it by himself. A 4K? Okay. An ace possibility on the table. WOPA. They do find a second wind. Nice catch from Jensen, but that's a little bit too late. Time like with a quick trade, we're not going to see the full ace, but that was a great play from a low HP player on the B side. Catching every single angles. Here we go. Nice early utility there. This time around, XPERION is not going to go close to it. They still can actually buy. The economy has been good so far. Looking crispy. Trying to learn from the mistakes on the previous round. Round 22, XPERION. There's going to be a drop utility for his teammate on the upper. He has to be able to be careful. There is a push coming in case. Can be found out very early on here. That's just Santo. Ready with the utility. Ready to help out that upper platform. That's the smoke setup. Nice kill from Santo. Zizi catches a quick trade. So this is a little bit too early right now. From ooh, what a kill coming in from Zizi. That's actually a nice find right there. And Connector in trouble. A little bit damage done. They know there's a player very close by it. They can actually go for the plant. There's always a backstab coming in. He can actually find out the bomb planter. The bomb is going to go down. He misses the shot. That's a bit of a problem there. Hunters drops down Skoda. This could be XPERION on their 12. And this might be a bit of a problem here. Close angle miss. And looking at the money, they just don't have the money. Big time loss right there. Ten to 12. XPERION on their map pick. Sorry, on their enemy's map pick. Already on map point. That's gonna be the smoke deeper and Pixel. Catches the first kill on the gate. And the possible buy that they have, already one of the players being dropped. This could be the last round if they don't find some kind of a standing here. With the second kill on this case, so that's going to be two of the players defending. Cheesy with a third kill. At this moment, it's looking very one-sided. Hunters comes out alive with one more, and that's going to be Santo. Only catches one before the round is done, and we do get a bit of an upset on map number 1. On their own pick, they are being taken down. After a nice little start there, they do lose the control, and I have to say that XPERION, they're looking very good on the server, especially on the T side. They made some great rounds happen. Even though they blundered some rounds, they still had the headspace to actually come back into it. Everything was fun, and it just basically kept on going for where they are. We're going to take a little bit of a break and hop into the second map, and that's going to be XPERION's own pick. So we're about to see what's about to happen there. Let's take a little break and hop back in when we're ready. See you there. Welcome back to the stream and welcome to Ancient. We are heading into the game right now, and this is where it gets interesting. So XPERION already winning WOPA's own map pick. Now they have a chance to shut it down 2-0. The question is, from the Danes, what kind of a CT side do we have here? Can they actually hold on to it? Trying to check some quick stats for Ancient so far. It's just going to be that quick A-side rush. They catch the first player, Skodo. We'll be taking a little bit of a quicker breather there. And Ancient, so far, it is usually a first map pick for them. First map ban is a Dust Tube, but it's a 33.3%. So 1 out of the 3 maps they have played has been a win. Only 3 maps played. So we might actually just have insufficient data here so far. That is going to be a couple of the kills from Gate and Xanto to try to hold on to the side. That is just a straight of kills out of those Glocks. Riser comes out with a double. And a nice kill from Riser to shut it down. A triple to end it. And from the side of... I think our attacks were the other way around. WOPA? Yeah, I think the tags at the moment are the other way around. Give me a second. And that's unfortunate. Let's actually get some information about XPERION at the same time. I'm not entirely sure if some... Yeah, Kate dropped from the server, so that's a common bug. Then it flips the teams around. A little bit confusing, but it is what it is. For them, the stats on Ancient, that's a 50% map. Anubis was the later map pick from them in the past on HLTV games. Of course, they have had some trains played. They did lose the one match they had on that map. So far, Mirage was a loss too. So Ancient is the only map on record with a 50-pointer 1-to-1 that is actually active on the map pool at the moment. So here we go. Technical pause. We had this similar issue on train as well. XPERION already posting around on the table, and the question is, for WOPA, after that train loss, can they mentally reset? This is one of those maps where on the CT side you can actually do great things, but if you don't have exactly the clue on how to play it, then your enemy team definitely is good on the T side. That might be a little bit of a problem. We've seen some teams absolutely overroll CT defenses here, especially if their aim is on point. XPERION. I'm not entirely... this might be a little bit of a longer tech. We have had a crash before, so let's see. Maybe they're just testing, seeing if everything works so far. Yeah, we're getting back into it. Okay, this time around it didn't take that long, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Usually leaves a little bit of a salty aftertaste. People keep dropping out of the server, not the best thing to have. That is going to be the smoke for the cave, sorry, for the red there. That's the deeper smoke. Oh, that second smoke actually misses. That was, I think that was supposed to be for the donut. So, meanwhile, it's just going to be a USB straight from the A main. Not really finding the target here. As long as Jensen clears this out, he's going to find the first kill towards middle. So, catches the information. Riser steps in with a little bit of a help there. That's going to be an okay nade. Tags the player a little bit, but doesn't do anything insane. Meanwhile, Jensen, he's just literally farming kills with Animac 10. The more he gets, the better. That's $600 per kill. Already at 1,800. And as the sole player, Xanto, the best he can actually hope for is a kill, but it's just not going to happen. A shot right into the dome. And that's WOPA. Not really finding a chance, but they went for a save for a reason. This is where they are going to be buying, so the M4 straight with a UMP. Always a little bit of a funny weapon to see. As the MP9 got a little bit nerfed, I'm actually a little bit surprised that we are seeing UMPs coming into play. Because in my opinion, I might be wrong, in my opinion the change wasn't that big. Just have to compensate a little bit more to the right. But maybe, not sure. Yeah, MP9 in my opinion is just absolutely broken. Most of the weapons in this game that are cheap are just broken. Tamlak actually comes out with a double, so who am I to tell? The UMP seems to be working great. It is going to be the quick wraparound, but I think he doesn't have the timing here to try to stop that bomb. It's going to be a double kill from ZZ to bring it back to 2 versus 2. A quick little swing. The problem is from both sides. Case is ready for it. And that's going to be Pixel and ZZ. Both of them drop. Of course, they do enough damage for it to impact the economy, but they can't go for a second round buy here. XPERION, if they could handle this round, that is going to be great for them, especially if they drop the weapons. Meanwhile, for WOPA, this is the little door for them to actually get back into it. Great little work there at the end. The idea was correct. The problem is it was a little bit off-timed. I think it took a little too long from the side to swing once that B-Pit actually sprung into action. But it is what it is. But yes, I do entirely agree with you. Is the UMP broken too? Because I know that all of the SMGs are ridiculous in this game. In my opinion, the shotguns, they need a nerf too. The pistols as well. I think one of the weapons that people are still sleeping on, we do see it every now and then, is just literally the Tech 9. It is just broken. Absolutely fucking broken. You're not supposed to have a pistol that you can run with, but yeah. Oh, okay, everybody was playing with the UMP and Cologne. Yeah, they might be just testing it because they don't know the spray pattern on the MP9. Or if they feel like it changed enough. I think after a little, like a couple of DMs, once they get it back into groove, we're going to see MP9s again just dominate. We might actually see more UMPs too. You can control it a little bit more. Cade does catch a kill. That's going to be the quick trade coming in from Pixel. So 1-1, but Cade comes up with the second one. Pixel also. That's going to be CZ from the site to pop in. And a nice little kill coming in from CZ again. Xanto left in a 1-on-1. Again, a close round. And these close rounds, they really don't play for the CT economy. Doesn't matter what happens here. That's going to be the one pop shot through the smoke. Doesn't really hit it. He hits the target. The problem is he's already... He gets off the bomb to drop the player and goes back for the defuse. WOPA with another round here. And I have to say, this time it came very close. Xanto with 40 HP left. The only issue there was the op. Yeah, the only thing that I'm thinking that the MP9 got basically reworked before Cologne, like just with the map change. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a lot of overpass bans, but the map didn't get changed that much, so teams might actually pick it. It's not like a punish pick from NIP back in the days when Cobble got reintroduced. In my opinion, it's a little bit dumb to do changes like that before a big tournament. I would love the fact if CS had like seasons. 1 season per year, and you know exactly when the maps are changed, so everybody can actually tune into their tournaments before that. So, but it is what it is. Regular little kill there from the back lines. That's gonna be Riser with a kill on the Gade. Yeah, but to be honest, we haven't seen that much MP7, and for a reason too. It is stable, but it's just not good. Or it's good, but not comparing to the other MP9 SMGs. It's expensive too. Oh, wait a minute. That's actually a double to pull it back. That's gonna be the triple kill from Long. Skodo confused inside the smoke. That's gonna be the Molotov for the plant there. He's going to be pushing Tamlike away, and that's a little bit time for NXT. I think that's done. XPERION, they win the round easily. Even with that kill, it's just done. And with a couple of rounds coming so close, you can see it impact your economy. That is just a big blunder there. A triple from Long. And even the third player is just being confused where those bullets came from. Dude, Dota gets huge updates mid-tournament, and it's the best thing ever. You get to see who can adjust and who can. But what's the great thing about adjusting? In my opinion, seasons are better because you get to adjust there as well, but everybody knows when the next season starts. The issue with launching something just in literally before the tournament starts, in my opinion, it just takes away from the tournament's quality. For example, you have a team that you're waiting for. Let's say their map is Anubis. Now Anubis is out of the pool, and now they have to play Overpass. So, yeah, that's the chances for your team right there. The great thing with season is that people can actually surround their roster changes. They can actually plan their tournaments. Everybody, in my opinion, it's just better for everybody throughout the scene. But yeah. Cade catches one through the smoke. A lucky pop, if you want to call it that. Jensen has got them on a leash. That UMP is sexy, though. It's kind of fun to think about the fact that the gun is almost full plastic, so... Here we go. That's a good little push coming in. Katie's actually going to make some money here. Still staying alive, stealing that Galil for a second there. I thought it was the AK. Could have been a great ending for him, but... Fourth round on the board for XPERION. And right now, looking at the table that we have here, seems like they are focusing a little bit more on the B lane here. Not actually leaving anybody to post or rotate around. That's a lot of damage taken from one nade. Of course, they don't have the weaponry to fight for this round. Riser is going to find an entry from the side. This is just going to be easy. Easy middens right now. Long behind the smoke, even posting, but this bomb is definitely going to get planted. They do lose a player in that push, but it's not the worst thing possible, so they can swap that weapon around with that Mac-10. Jensen can go for the hunt if he wants to. He's a little bit low, but he's not going to be sacrificing a great gun, of course. Trying to pull as many weapons and armor is going to be great for the economy, but it's not that bad. Right now, WOPA looking for a way in. And they're going to have to give that chance for the next round here. Riser catches the kill on DeSanto, and this will be the attempted backstab, but he will be pushing towards the pit. That's a quick little kill from Jensen, easily handled. He actually goes down with the bomb. This is a very nice ending for the side of WOPA, considering what happened on that round. So 3 drops right there. Meanwhile, we are seeing a tactical pause. They kind of have to talk about what's been happening throughout the rounds. They've been losing so many players at the start, so that's a bit of a problem there. But at least on a buy department, they're looking good. It's going to be a full row of M4s. You don't really need to go for the AWP every single time on this map. It does help out a lot, but you can do great things with M4s. Especially if you play from middle control. WOPA fell off a ton. Thought they would go to tier 2 last year. There has been, of course, the change from CSGO to CS2 has been a bit of a shaky road for many of the teams. For example, they might have had a good start at the start, then it just dropped off. Just like we dropped off from the server again. Oh. We should actually go for a bet here. Will that problem ever be fixed? Or is it just going to be one of those bugs, you know? One of those 1.6 RAM flash bugs. It just persists. They did fix it with the Z-block, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. So, Hunters. Getting a bit closer here. And we'll... Oh, that's actually a nice pick from Xanto. Drops one of the players, trying to push into the side. Kinda throws the spanner into the mix. But the problem is you're seeing a very heavy rotation from the side of WOPA at the moment. They do lose a player. Jensen will be stepping back in with a kill here. Right now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. Pushes towards the lane. On the B side, WOPA is supposed to have the information that nobody's actually playing from here. That is going to be the first point of contact from middle. This is supposed to be the call that this is definitely going to be an A-side play. They see nobody. Unless they are stacked up on the other side of those doors, but this is supposed to be some kind of a read because XPERION, they have been very hands-on early rounds. So a bit of a read could be the way to go. Here's Case is going to win the fight against Jensen. This is still a 3-man push towards that A side. Finally, utility coming in. That's got to be the smoke to cover it up. Santo playing behind the box. If he could go for a couple of shots, Case is going to be the first one in line to drop one from the side. They're not even going to check it. And that's going to be Xanto with the double for him. And Tamlike even steps in with a kill. A round on the board. WOPA making it a 3. Just 2 rounds away from a tie. And saving enough weapons to keep the economy alive here. Was there a drop then? No, that's the op coming in. So we are seeing the longer rifle here. That's a technical pause on the screen. Something happening again. Technical. Every single time. Passport Bros. Hopefully we don't have a drop again. The only thing that I can actually stretch these games is server issues. Hold here. This is gonna be just a Glock round from the side of XPERION. Tamlike with a double there's Case. That's just the last 2 kills, and this is just gonna be a very one-sided round. A couple of dinks there to wake them up, but WOPA is starting to gain some rounds here. So just a round away from a tie. Of course, that was just a save round. Now the question is, how will XPERION step into the upcoming fight here? They could turn this very quickly into a win. Minute 55. And just looking at the weaponry, especially the money at the moment, they're starting to look a little bit better. Even with 1,400 bucks covering their second buys, that's going to be amazing. Losing the player at the start through the smoke. Jensen takes a couple of headshots there. And XPERION. We're starting to lose that start round umph. Nice catch from Pixel, just focusing on that pillar, but it's going to be on a swing. Double kill for the side of Skaze. Pixel again helps out his team, and as they have a 2 versus 3, the bomb has to be planted very quickly on. A quick push. They don't get the kill, but it is going to be the drill through the plywood here. Pixel left just with an AK. He had to go for the swap. Goes for the short play there, but Santo was very ready for that to happen. So, another 3 players survive, and WOPA, they're actually starting to win these quick rounds here. XPERION, they might have to pump the brakes a little bit. Starting to get very one-dimensional here. Sometimes simple CS works, sometimes it doesn't. There we are. So, Tech9's and a Deagle. They do get the first kill here. Nice little way of stepping into this round. They don't have the armor, so just getting that one kill doesn't really mean much. If they get the second one, that's where it gets interesting. Especially if they get to pick those weapons up. On the dark, Skodo, he's a little bit too close to comfort. These Tech9s are starting to push in. Riser actually catches a double with that P250. A picked up AK that's a little bit damaged, and this could be the round. That's a great nade to actually pull it a little bit back into the control of WOPA. This is still very doable for both of the teams. With the bomb already ticked to 30. Riser, the only thing he has to do is just hold on to it. That smoke is a little bit too deep. It doesn't really do much here. They have a flank coming from the backside too, so it's easy. The only thing he has to do is just play the time, quick swing, and it will be the eco for the win. XPERION with a couple of upgraded pistols, they actually win this. And that cave smoke, I do have to agree, that's a little bit of an NA smoke right there. Oh boy. After a bit of a resurgence there on the CT side, they do pull out a ridiculous round. Eco round. El Clásico. No armor. That is wild. The only thing we were actually missing was just Glocks. Literally Glocks. Literal Glocks. Glocks! It's gonna be the middle control this time around, WOPA. They're really respecting the holds here. Hunters catches the kill on the Skodo, so that's gonna be the first early kill. We still have some pressure coming in towards the pit. He just don't want to let it go. That's the problem. He knows he needs to get some kind of a frag back here. Especially with the damage done to Santo. Already some issues. Close angle. Quick tap to the face. Jensen is going to stop Skaze from breeding. And just looking at the entries so far, this is going to be a tough round for the side of WOPA to try to pull back. They are close, so they can actually step in with a kill here if Riser is not ready. They have a player behind a box there, so it has to be a little bit of a slower push. That information goes long. Even though they get the kill, they already know exactly where the players are playing from. So Pixel, the only thing he has to do, he saw that feat. That's going to be the nade to open up the smoke. They already catch one of the players, and this is basically done. With a second left, they handle it easily. And 5-7, XPERION looking amazing on their pick. A couple of flanked around here and there, but as long as they're in control, no biggie. They good. Here we go. 0 kills for Skodo. Live game right there. XPERION. If they could win the USP here, the pistol round, sorry. That's basically done. Starting off well, not losing the second round after the pistol. That is just a tough spot for WOPA to try to pull back. Of course, if they have a ridiculously good T side, anything is possible here. So, already having a couple of issues. That's going to be the jump peaks coming in from Jensen. Already spawning that one player. It's going to spot him again. So, already the push coming in towards the red. And WOPA. As with the middle control, they can actually go for a couple of plays here. Meanwhile, that is going to be the backstab coming in from Brighter. He drops the most important player. That was the bomb. That's the bomb. Hunters catches Kodo meanwhile, and this is just continuing. Some tough spots. The question is, are we going to see a 0 game from Skodo? He needs at least a kill to redeem himself. Skace having a bit of a tough time. 1 versus 4. Not a fun situation to be at. Round number 8 on the board. Enough, we go for more. This could be one of the quickest best trees so far that I've casted on this version. If it keeps continuing the same way. Already, the side control being gained. Of course, these are just Glocks, so the retake is supposed to be fairly easy. Doesn't matter if they get the bomb down, then we're gonna go for a buy anyway. That's gonna be at least a kill for Santo. So, Skodo still not having the game of his life here. Riser will be the one to find that last kill. They do lose a couple of players, but at the end of the day, they get to defuse that bomb. 9 on the board. Nine. The game bug? I think the HUD bugged. Not entirely sure what that was, but yeah, okay. HUD bug right there. Here we go. Double nades for the lane. That is going to be the early kill for Skace. Jensen comes out with a double of his own. Okay. That works out well. Meanwhile, it's going to be a beautiful reset. He grabs that AK off the floor. Bit of an upgrade there. Perfect swing towards the pit. This is just very one-sided. I do have to say, I think WOPA has mentally checked out so far. Zanto catches a kill there to make it a 16-9, padding his stats just a little bit, but this is still a highway to hell. Tough to watch. Zanto getting dropped there at the end. Skodo still posting a straight 0. Zilch. Nada. Utility spent at the start. Some quick mollies being spent. And just looking at the placements, WOPA, they have a couple of players post up, but they have that A side control. Santo actually wins the first fight here. Opens up the A side. Pixel is gonna go down, so that is at least something, I guess. Looking at this, Jensen is just holding. Making sure that anybody trying to push into it is going to find those kills. That's going to be CZ with a long-range shot towards Santo. That's going to be the kill to bring it back to a 4 versus 4, but already with a boost. Case. That's the shot onto CZ. And right now, it's going to be the mine place. They have a lurker, Tamlite. The only thing he has to do is just drop 1. And that's going to be enough. That's going to be the execution coming in from that Deagle. It's a little bit of a sloppy spray out of that AK. So Tamalite comes up with a second kill. And I think this round actually goes for the side of WOPA. And we actually do see kind of another half eco here. So surprising rounds that they're winning. XPERION still under 10. Looking at the economy, they can go for a buy here. No problem. We're not going to see the up. Oh, we are going to see the up. Okay. I was wrong. I was a naughty boy. 6 on the board. 4 rounds away. The insane part here is that if they win this round, XPERION is going to be absolutely money fucked. But the same goes the other way around too, so both of the teams, they have to be a little bit careful here. Of course, XPERION, they have a bigger buffer here with a map underneath them, 10 rounds of the board. They can go for risky plays. Meanwhile, for the side of WOPA, they kind of have to win this one just to combat the rest of the best of 3. Nice nade here on to Tamalite. They did lose a player at the start, Cade. It's dropped by Hunters. And through the smoke, that's not getting better. Oh boy. Feels like we're just ranking the difficulty for the side of WOPA here. The more they're trying, the worse it's getting. Easy, and they're still just holding onto the second lane, and one by one, WOPA dropping like flies. Nothing seeming to work. And like I was talking about the economy, they kind of had to win this round to get this going. A very likely 11 on the board, as long as they don't go absolutely nuts here. I have a feeling this is going to be a round for the side of XPERION. Oop. Oopsie doopsie. Okay, catches 1 to make it a little bit more expensive, I guess. But they save enough money for an easy buy in the next round. Not even close. That 0 still looks very bad. What was his ADR? Like 1? I'm not trying to be mean here, but it just looks bad. If anybody caught on to that ADR, let me know. How much was it? Life gain. So, they buy what they can. XPERION. Skodo equipped still with a... Actually, comes out with a kill. Hey! Finally, we have a breakage. We're not going to see a straight 0 game. There he goes. And seems like somebody lost a bet in the chat. Will be Hunters and Rizar getting a little bit closer towards the cheetah. Ready for that execution. This is just going to be a quick snap to the face. So Skace is going to go down. And there we are. The bomb will be planted this time around, but they already have players in very good spots. So this is going to be a little bit tough. Santo just went the fight towards the cave. That's actually huge. Cheesy. Oh, gets cut off with utility in his hand. That's a little bit of a mistake, but Pixel is going to be the second player to challenge. Catches that shot, and it's going to be a little bit of a funky spray here from Hunters, but it does enough. Plays enough time for his teammate to actually get into it. That's going to be the picked up op. Or they could actually go for the double AK setup too. Just buying up. Oh no, they're going to pick up the op. Yeah. I was going a little bit nuts there. 12 on the board and just a round away from a victory. And my back is still killing me. Yeah, he has 20 ADR now that he got a kill. But if I saw it correctly, he had like single digits before that round. Which, what it was like 17 rounds? That's really not good. Cade But hey, every now and then somebody might have one of those games. You know, it is what it is. Couple of kills at the start. WOPA. Okay, they're starting to contest for a round like this. You know what they say, if your back is hurting, go buy a new one. I don't have the equity for that. Wait a minute, we actually are seeing a 4K here? What the hell is happening? I literally just glanced to the left of the screen and CZ basically drops the whole server. Okay, that works out. Now it's a 1 versus 1 and an ace clutch needed to make this happen. Meanwhile, for the side of WOPA, the one thing that plays for them is that Santo is on this other side here. So, the push back, CZ, is starting to push in from the CT spawn. And the question is Santo. He spotted him on middle the last time he was actually fighting against him. So, he might not know where this push is coming from. This is just going to be a very standard push towards the CT spawn. And the question is, how will CZ read this? Is this going to be that donut hold, especially with that plant? He's going to go for the straight stick. 10-second defuse is not going to happen. And Santo goes for the perfect pick. And that's done. Nice little attempt. 4K. At least we get a nice little clip there, even though I didn't see it. It happened so fast. Literally just took a glance towards my balcony and looked back, and the rest of the team from WOPA was basically gone at that point. Here we go. 7th round on the board for the side of WOPA. Looking a little bit better at the moment, but still a long way to pull it back. 5 rounds just for a tie here. Meanwhile, for XPERION, just one funky round and we're done, especially with the B-side push. They do bring out the first player. Pixel comes out with a shot here, and they still have a player on the cross. They're not gonna check it. That's a mistake. Pixel drops one of the last players with CZ, and that's done. As quickly as it started, we are done. 2-0 for the side of XPERION. Looking amazing on the server, I have to say. And well, for WOPA, back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, I have to say that that might have been one of the quickest game on CS2 so far that I've had, which is kind of funny in a way. We are going to be checking the standings at the moment. We do have a second best of 3 for today, so it's not done yet. We still have games to be seen. Just checking out that group at the moment. So where WOPA is playing at the moment, they were playing an elimination game. So that was elimination game from WOPA Esports and XPERION NXT. And of course, as WOPA lost, they are going to be dropped. So unfortunately, this is where we say goodbye for XPERION. They still have a chance. They are going against the winner of, the loser of Prestige Esports or VP.Prodigy. But for today's matches, we still actually have more coming. And we are going to be seeing that exact game. So VP versus Prestige is going to be next up. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm not sure because this game was so quick. We might actually have a little bit of a longer pause here. So we'll see you guys when it starts. I think in about an hour. See you then. Hey yo boys, and welcome back to the war. We are back in Train. It seems like this is going to be one of the most picked maps here on Division 2. So far, VP.Prodigy decided to start on the CT side. It seems like Prestige, they're gonna go with the Train pick this time around. We are going to be hopping into Overpass, the new map on the pool, or the old map that got brought back in. And if we need it, there's Nuke. Already the first fights coming in. This is one of the quickest round I've actually seen in a while. VP.Prodigy absolutely dismantling Prestige on that A push. Singular kill going for the side of Prestige, and after that it's just a blender. Blender of players stepping in with their own shots. Looking at it, Biz is gonna get two. That was actually Aqua with a double 2. And Triborg is gonna find one in between, so that's kind of fun. Already the first round tapped. That's gonna be the flash pop at the start, but this is going to be a bit of a B challenge here. To the stairs, already spawning the first line of players, and this seems to be an easy picking. Again, another blenderized round, so 2 very quick rounds here at the start. Very easy ways of tapping these rounds down. We'll see if they can actually keep this up now. Early utility spent. That's going to be the first line of contact. MP9 actually coming victorious there. It's going to be a quick trade from Nikki. But considering the bonus weapons here, not a bad 1-to-1 start. Meanwhile, the B side will be contested. Folke will find that kill. Needed to fight for the side. That's going to be the second one too. Already planting the bomb. Misi coming out with his own. And this seems to be a bit of a flop for the side of VP.Prodigy at this point. Last kill even found from the side of Folke. B side works out for the T. They actually save 4 weapons for our next round, which is going to be amazing for their economy, so no problems there. Awesome to see it. Now, as the CT side got kind of shocked there, the question is, of course they're going to go for the buy here, but the question is, what kind of a buy are we going to see? Getting back into it. You see, with that California style haircut. Seems like we're getting a little bit of a... There was a little bit of a pause there, but we're already getting ready for the upcoming round here. Right now, with the buy from the side of VP.Prodigy, they would want to actually step into a round like this quickly. Start off the game with a nice little peek there. Minute 30 left on the clock. Now it's all about actually catching those timings. That's going to be the row of utility. Blinds his teammate just a little bit, but Forever actually being kind of caught off here. He still stays alive. Tribor comes up with a double. That's going to be Forever stepping in. And a triple from the outside hold. Folke only catches 1, and that's Aqua. Finding the last kill. 4 players survive for the next one. Picked up AKs, 3 of them. And only Forever who has to actually go for a buy here. This is going to be amazing for the CT economy here. And Prestige. I don't hate the utility they went for. Usually you have a little bit of a drier peak there. So when those utilities start to pop in, for example, the Brazilians were known for that aggression. You might catch them off guard. Of course, as the first starting rounds, you want to test things, but this time around, I have to say VP.Prodigy, they dodged those utilities very well. Played it perfectly. This will be another attempt. The MAC-10 on the hands of Maul. Meanwhile, everybody else is just basically holding pistols. Only one Glock here. And most of the utility is on the hands of Frostlev. There is an extra smoke here to be played for. That's going to be used at the start. Molotov and a couple of flashes in about a second will be spent. And this is a nice reaction from the side of VP.Prodigy. Understanding that they are going to be pushing towards the side, just leave it. Give them a little bit more space. He still gets dropped there, but the rest of the team is coming in clutch. This is just going to be easy pickings again. VP.Prodigy are looking so good on the enemy's map pick on a CT side at the moment. And I have to respect that. That is a great way of playing the B side. Understanding exactly that there's going to be a barge there. It's a good play. Give them that space. You know you have the longer range weapons. It's going to be almost hellish for them to try to take the side control. Sometimes we actually see the CTs getting a little bit too close. Those Tech 9s, B250s. They're destructive close range. Right about now, we're seeing another buy from the side of Prestige. It's not going to be perfect, but enough utility to play around on this round. Boiler control will be gained. This is Folke getting a little bit into a better spot here, I guess. It's still being called the Boilers, which is kind of cool to see. Nice catch there from Maul to enter the side. Perfect timing that catch too. That's gonna be the second kill. Volke and Nikki basically doing the heavy lifting here. This is starting to get into that region where one of the teams just absolutely wins the round. And not entirely sure what to say about that. As long as they actually keep this up, I don't hate it. Also, yeah, they call it the B halls from now on. I'm just gonna call it the boiler. Easy to understand. Of course, we don't have the boiler there anymore. Hey, main lockers, okay. Some new Siggy, okay. Cigarette spot, I guess. Oh, okay, they call that the underpass, so Pop Dog is in front of it. There's literally names that I have not come up by myself. Old Ladder, okay. You can actually drill in that spot. That's the only thing I know so far on this map. Kinda cool. A main push from the CT side. You can actually see this every now and then. The more control they find outside, the more they can actually rotate those players. This is gonna be a very nice entry from Mizzy. Just running in. Catches that first kill. Left in a bit of an awkward spot, but Forever actually comes up with a double. That's gonna be the reaction from Connector. Toro, sorry, is going to find a balancing shot there. Of course, they started with a deficit, so it's a 2 versus 2. With one of the players still posting towards the A side. Can't really miss that shot, but it's going to be Beast. Getting the shot onto Folke. Gives a very nice lifeline for the side of Prodigy. Of course, they want to save these two weapons. Any of the drops so far is going to be a plus for the side of Prestige. And we're not just talking about little economic damage, we're talking about a full buy that it's not going to happen if they lose a player or two. That's how bad the situation is. That's the utility to try to block off the CTs. The bomb is on the edge of that smoke. The only thing they have to do is just find the timing. Nikki is going to be vaulting on the other side of it. It's going to be the perfect timing on Toro. Comes out with a double at the end. VP.Prodigy posting another round on the board. 5 to make it sure. Prestige on their own map pick starting to shake a little bit. They are winning rounds in a very formidable way, but the problem is the majority of the rounds are just falling for the side of VP.Prodigy, and as long as we continue the 2+1, 2+1 is definitely going to play for the side of VP.Prodigy. They're almost already on the half of the round, half of the rounds of this half side. Not entirely sure what that sentence is about, but it doesn't matter. Tribark starts off the round through the smoke. That's going to be Aqua pushing towards the outside region to win that fight too. Maul is going to be catching 1 to bring it to a formidable state. 2 versus 3 isn't the worst spot to be at on train. You can actually play around this very well. But Beast has a ridiculous angle here on the side. If they don't clear this, this is going to be a problem. Just waiting right now, giving them the opportunity to hang themselves. Meanwhile, it's got to be Tribark with that push. Comes up with another kill, and Beast finally lands the shot, and that's about it. Some good A outside hold to even save a couple of weapons here. And that's going to look great. Meanwhile, for the T side, like I said, 2-1, 2-1, and 2. If they win it now, there's going to be another 2 rounds for the side of VP.Prodigy. And that's hurting. By the way, yeah, I forgot to talk about the stats. So, terrain at the moment for Prestige is a 75% map win rate, with 3 maps played, 1 loss so far. And for VP.Prodigy, they barely have any information on HLTV, but they have 1 map played on train against Leo, they won it. And the other map that they have is Nuke, with 1 map on the record. So one of the teams just doesn't have enough information. Prestige, they do, but... And to be honest, they actually have a lot of information. This is their pick. Usually they have gone for the Inferno pick. It hasn't worked out for them lately. Meanwhile, looking at this round, Prodigy, they're actually going to break that straight. So now it's going to be 3 rounds in a row, it seems. Unless Molo is going to go nuclear. That's going to be Aqua with 4K to shut it down. And at the moment, we are seeing some snappy gameplay. Time out for the win. Prestige, they do have to talk about what's happening at the moment. Danish team having a couple of issues here. Yeah, this is, I have to say, very nice rounds at the moment from the side of VP.Prodigy. They're looking like they're controlling these rounds very well. And we aren't seeing that many sloppy mistakes or anything like that. This is just them being very crispy at the moment. Not even actually going for anything that crazy on the CT side. We're not seeing like team pushes or anything like that. It is just once Prestige they explode to a side, they basically just go for individual raw picks, and it works out very well at the moment. All right, some VP games before, so we kind of have a fan here. That's cool to see. Would be awesome to get one of those games where both of the teams have just noisy fans again. I remember having one of those in the back days. Those are some good defending kills again. Maul was the only one to find a kill in between, but basically at this point, with the man disadvantage, starting to look like the other rounds. That's going to be the smoke to try to push out the player. That's a Molotov for Olaf. It doesn't spread the right way, so Tribark, oh boy, he jumps into the wrong spot. He was actually safe on top of the platform there. Goes down for the molly. That's a 1G moment for the Chad. And a 3 versus 3. This is still doable, but Beast is starting to just swing this back towards the CT side. Just one of the low HP players gone. Meanwhile, Aqua is going to abuse that same spot, so... If they want to go for the swing, Tor is going to find that 1-1, and right now Folke has to win this fight. The problem is he's not ready for Aqua to be so close. That is a beautiful setup. It works out to a T. Prodigy posting their 8th round on the board. Prestige still with 2. This is a very crispy looking VP.Prodigy at the moment. And it doesn't look like, I do have to, even though the score on the board is looking bad, Prestige, they're not looking like they're slacking off. They're trying different things. They're getting their entries. The problem is that literal Counter-Strike from the side of VP.Prodigy It is just shocking at the moment. Quick little peek there through the smoke to open it up. Already damaged by the nades. This is going to be a little bit of a cheaper round, but still, if they're not careful, these Tech 9s, they are ridiculously useful. Close angle fights. It gets a little bit sloppy. That's going to be the second kill. Of course, they get one back. To pull it to a 3 versus 3. Now it's getting bad, but oh, that USB shot is crisp. Beast drops down Frostlev, gets away from that side, and that's going to be Toro. With the timing, spots the feet. That's going to be the damage done. Nikhil left with 4 points of health. And just pushing towards the E-box. That is going to be the domination of the side mall with a shot to the face. Makes it happen, but that burn might be enough. Oh, it pushes him into an awkward spot. The play behind the E-box is going to be crisp, and VP with a bit of a scare there. They do win their 9th round. One more for the machine. It still surprises me to this day that we don't see teams being careful enough against those pistols. Those pistols are just ridiculous. They really need to be nerfed. I would actually, I've said this before, I would pay to see the changes on the pro scene if the pistols actually get nerfed to 1.6 level. Aqua. Nice catch at the start. That's going to be Mizzy with a quick trade. Right now, the boys are getting closer towards the underground. Pop Dog will be the point of attack. So, setting up the play here. There's a player outside still just holding. And to be honest, Frostver, forever. For some reason, my brain just let go for a second. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, forever. He doesn't actually even have to show himself. As long as he just plays a standard game here, waits for the teammates. This is supposed to be an easy retake. A side is very hard to hold, especially without smoke utility. That is going to be Triborg with the defending kill. Actually opens up the retake against Nikki, and this is a 2 versus 4. The only thing they have to do is just get a little bit of a bearing where the hold is coming from. They see the trajectory of that nade. That's going to be the close angle pick. Nice couple of kills for the side of Missy. Behind the 6th train, that's going to be the pick. Put a shot to the face. Missy shuts it down with a double. And at least they get their 3rd round. Here we go. An unlucky retake for the side of VP.Prodigy, but still posting 9 rounds, so they're supposed to be okay. That could have been the 10th, though. Was that an 8, by the way? 5k? I thought that was his teammate catching a couple of kills. That was a full 5. Alright. We're getting some action at the moment. Didn't even notice that. Back into the groove. Arizona Energy. Looking at the stacks here. Dual these setups. Maul and Nikki. Rest of them USPs and a P2000. It's gonna be the Molotov for the backside. So for Prodigy to win a pistol like this could be amazing. Double kill with a Glock. Okay. 1 shot, 2 kills. It's been a while I've actually seen something like that happen. I've seen it with a Deagle before. But from a Glock, that's just insane. 1 9mm, just like in Wanted. Getting a double there. Making those bullets curve. Triborg will be the one to actually drop down Maul. And that's how quickly VP.Prodigy wins this pistol. And makes it a 10. Now, I have to say that Prestige, they have been left in a bit of an awkward spot. That's a face tag, by the way. I like that. They've been left in a bit of an awkward spot as they don't have enough of a loss bonus to go for the buy. They didn't get the kills needed. But at the same time, they don't want to lose rounds, so they kind of want to go for the buy here. The problem is VP.Prodigy, if they basically win this round, that is going to be the seal on a coffin. Still not enough of a loss bonus. The problem is you barely can go for MP9s at that point. If you can't hold it with rifles, that's basically it. You need to have a perfect CT side from there on out, sorry, for VP.Prodigy. But they're enjoying this. One of the quickest maps so far. We're breaking records today. This is just a slow hold, waiting for that eco patch to come in. And this I like to see. Having a bit of a methodical gameplay, not just playing with that ego. Understanding that even if you're still winning, playing perfectly is going to be the way to go. So I love seeing teams that actually grind like this. Every single round matters. Beast is going to find that kill on the Frost level. That's going to be the trade from Nikki, but B side is supposed to be basically open. That's a nice shot from to make that happen. Triborg does get the trade. And basically from this moment on, this is going to be a very hard retake for the side of CTs, especially with the positioning coming in. Mizzy does get the trade though, so this is still a 2 versus 2. One of the weapons has been picked up, the weapon on the floor, if they could reach it. Definitely is going to happen for Mizzy right now. So, for a retake, this could actually happen. He's not going to pick up that weapon, though. So, Mizzy, close to the smoke. Angle is not going to work out for him. On top of the third train, so B3. Triborg will be holding it down, even though he gets a little bit sloppy. That is around for the side of VP. They handle every single weapon and armor. And just look at the buy they can possibly go for. They can't go for a save, because then it's going to be map point. The problem is if they go for a buy and lose it, it's going to be map point without any money. So I'm not sure what to say here. Whatever route you take, it's bad. And after this, we are going to be hopping into Overpatch, which is VP.Prodigy's own map pick. This could be one of those games where half stats from HLTV is going to give you a very different idea how this map is going to work. That's the Molotov. Knowing that one player crossed already, especially with that kill from outside. Oh, they're reading this round well. Nice catch from Triborg, just to make sure that the push from Boiler is going to be going down. Now he knows that the players are getting a little bit closer. That's the help from his teammate. A double for him on that spray. A triple to lock in the round. And that's basically done. A quad on the board. VP.Prodigy 12. And I have to say, the whole best of 3 has the potential to be one of the quickest we've seen so far. I'm not sure if this map even took a half an hour. Maybe like 20 minutes or something like that. Early utility. This might be actually a rush round, looking at the smokes being used already. Already through all of a player. Forever coming up with the first kill. Frostlev will be the one to actually find that bullet. The aggression is going to work. Falke catches one of the trades. This is going to be Pop Dog just going for it. The little changes here. And just look at these frags coming in left and right. Aqua comes out with a double of his own. This is basically done. It's been like 20 minutes. Yeah. I have to say, this is one of the quickest stomps on an map pick that I've seen in a while. Prestige getting absolutely hammered. And I have to say, for a couple of rounds, it looked like they had the right idea. After that, it was just very one-sided. VP.Prodigy. It's like a hornet's nest. You just don't want to shake it. Maul. Just trying to figure out how he's going to clutch this. With a FAMAS. Triborg is... Oh my god, he's not even going to respect him. Yeah, it's done. Usually you want to have like an analyst at the end saying like, oh, they did these things right and that was happening over here and that was a nice try and blah, blah, blah. This time around, I'm not entirely even sure what you can say, because I think even Prestige, they know themselves that that wasn't a great train from them. So I'm just going to say let's take a break and see you in a minute on the next map. pass. Now, this might be a different story. VP's on big. They were looking like they were on fire on that first map. And the question is, are we going to see more of the same? That is going to be Nikki with a couple of kills forever. He's going to find one in between. Now, if they could actually keep the damage up, maybe even challenge the round, that would be awesome. For Frostlev, of course, he doesn't want that. So, this backstab already coming into play, looking very good. It's got to be that close little shot there forever. Drops him to get that trade. So, at least it's a 1-to-1. And there we go. Maul, make sure that 2 of those weapons are going to be safe for the next round. That was a force from the side of VP.Prodigy. Got a little bit expensive, but there might be another inkling to go for a... To be honest, they could go for a Tech 9 armor. They would have enough in the bank for the next round, so we're going to see a couple of deagles. Not armor at all. So they know if, as long as they get a couple of kills, that's going to keep the economy low from the side of Prestige. That could work. Nice nade there, by the way. That might have been a bit of a mistake. That's going to be the catch from Nikki. Maul coming out with a double. 8K starting to fly. And a round like this could be perfect for the side of Prestige. Not losing a member. Maybe a couple of those MP9s, not the worst thing to happen, but they do lose one. And it's going to be a sharp USB shot to the face. Prestige, seeming like they did reset from the last map. And we're starting to get a bit of a game here. As long as they can keep this up, we might actually have a best of 3 on our hands. Off we go. Nice nade there at the start. Frostlev is going to take a couple of pointers. Molotov to push them off the connector. And that's going to be the water challenge, or mud, whatever you want to call it these days. After that, a little water change. Do they call it the mud now? Nice little spot from Nikki. If they don't check it, this is going to be an easy kill for them. That is going to be a couple of kills for Toro. Not a bad start at all. A couple of entries straight at the start. Triborg even finds the player behind the stairs there. So now they're dropping like flies left and right. Volcap at least gets one in between, but the problem is he gets traded almost instantly. And that's going to be Frostlev left in a 1 versus 4. And right now, wherever he goes, he's going to be undermanned. And a bad spot for him. Nice attempt. Frostlev does actually catch one of the players, so that's gonna be the nade. They know exactly where he is, and it's just gonna be a Kobe. Full damage. 3 of the weapons safe for an X1. They're okay. Looking a little bit better. Here we go, off to a new one. So, early utility again. This is basically the same gameplay that we're seeing. Prestige, they are going to go for a buy here for whatever they can actually go for. And looking at this at the moment, from the positioning, they are challenging that middle area just a bit more. That's got to be the Burns to trying to push out the players behind that little box there. That's going to be Frostlight actually with a couple of kills. Makes that a triple. He's basically doing this by himself at this point. VP.Prodigy losing most of their members very early on. And it seems like the CT pressure is looking very good at the moment. Right here, a little challenge. Mizzy gives them the break. It's gonna be offering the offer from the heaven. Falke trying to go for it. They know they need a kill here. That's gonna be the first one. Quick little trade coming in from Mizzy. And being sandwiched between three of the players. He does drop one, but Falke uses that for his advantage. Shot to the face from that USP. Drops down the round. And right now, up we go. What an unfortunate start to the era. So, still a timeout in play. 1 out of 4. Just waiting for that to end here. This is going to be the buy that they can go for. Khalil's a couple of them. Macton, an op, and an AK. The last time around, they had some massive issues. Oh, that Molotov doesn't land the right way. They had some massive issues close to the fountain area. Losing 3 players very early on. Frostlife just going absolutely nuclear there. Now, this time around, they're playing a little bit more scattered, a little bit more careful. Trying to look for those little spots. And as that second Molotov comes in, Toro will be burned a little bit. That's going to be the smoke. They should know where one of the players are. And they are pushing a little bit closer, trying to check that angle on top of the fence there. Not sure if they checked it the right way. Molly's actually posting the right way at the moment. That's going to be the flash from Monster. Nice little catch there, playing that perfectly. VP.Prodigy not even ready for something like that. At the moment, there seems to be some massive gaps on the VP's side. And the CTs, they're just enjoying them. 3 early kills with basically no contestants. And this is going to be a secondary coming in towards the long with a little bit of a timing. Forever, the only thing he has to do is just wait for the timing here. Either for rotation or aggression, and at the moment he's holding this corner. If he flunks this one, that's going to be a problem. Not entirely sure how Nikki finds that, but it works out for a kill. He has the long control. Misi comes out with a shot. That's going to be the quick trades from Aqua and Bait. Beast and Aqua makes it a bit more doable. That's going to be the nade on top of him. Misses just by a centimeter, I guess. And it's going to be the 1 versus 1. Right in towards the bank, and that's going to be a hit shot from Falke. Takes a little bit damage, but the round is still prestigious. And right now, I have to say, this overpass is starting to look very good for the side of the Danes. VP.Prodigy looking so much better on their home epic. Here we go. Maul with the early kill onto Aqua. That's going to be forever. Quick little trade there. One-to-one trade with that one AK still in the hands of Triborg. And at the moment it seems like this T side play is starting to slope a little bit closer towards that A side. They are getting a little bit closer to it, knowing that on a couple of these rounds they have had some contests coming in from the CT side. That's got to be the shot on to Triborg. First one to start it off. A bit of a flash at the perfect time. If Volcam misses the shot, but it's going to be the second one to hit. And right now, they're not even getting close to the side at this point. Beast will be the only one left alive. Spotted through the smoke. Does catch a kill before going down, but that is going to be prestige. With the 6th round on the board, 3 weapons safe for the next one. And they're looking good. Here we go. Nikki from the Fountains already getting a little bit closer. Just was a problem for VP.Prodigy on an earlier round. This time around, Folke getting actually blinded there. Still doesn't get dropped. That's almost a gifted shot. VP.Prodigy missing some very crucial shots here on overpass. I still have to say it, own pick. That's going to be a double kill at the start. Here we go. 3 versus 3 possibility. And Molo will be the one tested here. Ooh, what a beautiful double. For a second, I thought that was a double. It was actually Mizzy in between catching that kill. Maul just catches the last player there. Makes it happen. Off to a new one. 7-1. VP.Prodigy. They would be very happy to gain some of these rounds back. The problem is at the moment, Prestige, they have shown a very sturdy CT side here. Now the question is, of course, VP's own map pick. If they could catch a couple of rounds here, we might see a similar CT side from them, but at the moment, this is just very one-sided. Frostlab on that boost catches the kill onto Aqua. You can actually see some players go for the Xipnik's spray there. Usually after the first peek, you just drop down and spray in the same corner. You can actually even throw a Molotov nade combo there. Works out very well. That's gonna be Mizzy catching the kill on the forever. Maul and Mizzy, they're just going to be the ones to shut this down. The bomb on the hands of Triborg, but with just the MAC-10, this is basically done. A little bit of a sloppy spray coming in from Malo, but his teammate is going to take it. That's done. It's almost more entertaining to read the conspiracy theories in the chat to watch their own team. But yeah, I know. This is exactly what I mean, is that we had a situation today where somebody, depending on the round, literally thought that both teams were throwing. like 3-2-2 throwing. And this is what I mean. It's just it is funny, but when you read the exact same things 100 times every day, it gets a little bit boring at some point. But it is funny. It is funny. Yeah. Especially when you think about the level of the game. It's absolutely mind-blowing for some of these people that, oh yeah, these aren't like tier 1 teams. These are actually academy level teams that have fresh players. Like, oh my god, he missed an op shot. How is that possible? Like, I'm not entirely sure. Have you ever played CS? But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. If Cologne was played sooner, this would be stuck with 50 viewers. I don't know. Peak Phases game yesterday we have like 700 viewers, so I'm not entirely sure what you're on. But maybe you're a little bit salty. Donating that money around. At least the rest of the people having a good time. That's the most important part. Ooh, nice backstop from Nikki. Good trade for Forever. So, catches that corner. A nice kill for the man. And this is going to be Forever with the second shot already. Is this going to be a little bit of resurgence from VP.Prodigy? Prestige maybe letting go. Sorry, yeah, Prestige letting go of the gas a little bit here. Might be a mistake. Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they just called the party. They don't really have a name for the backside of that square. I've heard some call-outs for it before, but... yeah. Oop, we got a bit of a disconnection here. Maybe we're gonna hop back into the server today. Hello? Here we go. Back into the groove. So, Falke seeming to start this round with a frag. That's going to be actually the second one. 2-2 op is just going off the chains. A triple on the board. Aqua is going to be the only one to stop the nonsense here, but it's got to be Maul with the quick trade. Already losing 4 of the players at the start after just winning 1 round. VP.Prodigy, they're just getting spanked. For a second there, I thought this was going to be a very quick best of 3, looking how Train got absolutely demolished on the side of Prestige. But VP.Prodigy, they're kind of faltering on their own map pick. At least Prestige got 3 on theirs. At the moment, Nikki just posting the connector. And this is Forever trying to find some kind of a solution. The bomb left very close to that T-spawn, and it's definitely going to be guarded. So try to pick that up is going to be a fun little job for him. There we go. Saving that AK for the next round is going to be the best thing they can go for. And now, as we are heading into the last round here. Prestige could lock it with a 10-pointer here. Meanwhile, VP.Prodigy to fight for that third, maybe a pistol round. We could see a similar swing here on the CT side, of course, but usually when you have this little of rounds to play for, the problem is that any mistake is going to be just multiplied. This is Frostlev already going for the backstab. The problem is that at the moment we're not seeing that much map control from VP.Prodigy, and the rounds that they're going to go for it, it's way too slow. But this time around they're coming up with a couple of good kills. I'm not entirely sure where the crosshair from Nikki is actually posted. Aqua is going to find a kill. That's Forever posting a shot on a server again. And a 4 versus 1 retake, almost impossible for Missy. So at least they're fending off for that third round. The problem is it's just not enough. A 3 to 9 health is still a lot of work to do, but it is possible. We have seen greater things, especially on Armor Pass. Back when it was Hammer 15, we have seen some sick 15 rounds comebacks, but usually needs a lot of, well, mentality. Ooh, another disconnect. It would be awesome to finally understand where that problem sips in from. If it's like a server issue, game issue. A lot of people actually have had that same issue trying to spec some games, so not sure. Could be Lexigrind or whatever it is. Not really playing well with the game. So, nice catch at the start. Prestige starting off their pistol round with a bang here. That is going to be a nice little start. Maul is going to find one of those kills. It's going to be the long-range Glock duels on the side at the moment. Actually graces the head. Forever catches Missy. That's going to be the second kill. Needed more. Frostlev. That's just the kill on the Beast. Aqua left with just a little bit HP to play around with. But Folks, fade away P250, and Nikki is going to shut it down with that clock. Prestige 10 on the board. It's looking very likely that we're heading into Nuke. And I didn't actually check the situation for the side of... For VP.Prodigy, they still only have 2 maps played. One of them is Nuke. And that was a 25-21 game against X-Navi Junior. Coming very close, multiple overtimes. Meanwhile, from Prestige, their stat line at the moment shows us that Nuke is a 60% with 3 wins and 2 losses. To be honest, that's enough to get some kind of an understanding of their Nuke. So, for another team, it's going to be an ace in the sleeve. For the other one, it is literally a stable map. But a game against Navi Junior on that map, it's not a bad stat to scoff. Oh, God. Maybe someday you'll learn. Three to 10. Looking at the bio we're seeing at the moment. Pistols, SMG, and a Scout. Scout on a map like this, I'm actually going to give it to them. Useful. You can tag some players, long range, do some damage. Make it a little bit easier for the rest of the players. But here, As we see the first little try here towards the monster, not really catching any of the players. VP.Prodigy heavily sticking with that B-side hold. Already a catch being found from the site. So that's Maul with a nice kill there. That is going to be the scout drop. Maul is going to find the second kill on the Toro. Right now, this is really going to hit up very quickly. A side will be pushed, and especially as those weapons are so far away, they can't really do anything here. Maul makes that a third kill of this round. That is going to be Missy stepping in with 1. And Aqua will be the last one. Is he really going to try to retake the site with a scout? No scope headshots, 5 of them. Okay, make it happen with the deagle. I'm happy with that too. Just give us a show. Starting to push in from the ladders. Stairs, sorry. That's going to be the second headshot. Okay, okay. We might be seeing a little bit of a game here. Again, playing around with his foot. The problem is he doesn't have the kits, and the time is basically done, so... yeah. Those couple of headshots is going to be the only thing he gets away with. Maul is going to be receiving him on that B side, and it's basically done. So, here we go. Couple of the rounds here at the start. That is going to look amazing on the side of Prodigy. Even as a best of 3, this still feels like it's one of the quickest matches I've ever casted, so... just gonna put a 5-pointer here. 5 maps today. Nice. 500 buckaroos. And off we go. So, another try, a new day. Mac 10 here to make a little bit noise. 11th round on the board. So if they win this one... oh, that's a lot of sloppy bullets. Nobody's really connecting anywhere. That's finally busy finding the kill on the Triborg, but it's got to be a quick trade from Aqua. And right now, Folke really trying to look for a way in. This is actually well played from the side of Prestige. Even knowing this is exactly what I said for VP.Prodigy. Even if they were leading by a lot, they just played it chill, played the correct CS. No reason to go for any craziness, and that seems to be working well. Couple of shots there from the side. They at least have the weaponry at the moment to go for the retake. That's going to be Beast with the kill on the Frostlev. And Falke. Nikki with a nice little push there. The problem is can't really go for the other trade there. Falke is going to get the kill. Aqua. Wait a minute. There's a full defuse. 10 seconds. Yeah, even if he had the kits, it's not going to happen. Perfect timing from Falke to go for the swing. Wins that fight, 12 on the board. That was a little chance for the side of VP.Prodigy to make that happen, but it's just not to happen. Here we go. Are you molding? Are you molding? Oh boy. Early kill again. Maul to start off the game. Just make it a double again. Finally somebody stepping in. That's going to be Toro. And I have to say, VP.Prodigy. I'm not sure if it's almost even worse to lose your enemy's map pick after... sorry, your own map pick after you won your enemy's map pick. On a devastating way, because this is going to be a mental restart for the side of Prestige, and they are going to be happy hopping into the next round right here. So we are going to be hopping into the third map, and that is going to be a nuke. Like I said, it's a 100% map win rate for the side of VP.Prodigy. The problem is they only have 1 map played. Meanwhile, for Prestige, they do have more games played. It's a 60% win rate. but they have more played on HLTV as well. So there's more to look into. It doesn't really mean anything. Either of these teams can win it, but something inside my brain is telling me, even though it's a 13-3 on their own map pick, 13-3 on VP's own map pick, I'd say that the mentality at the moment works out for the side of Prestige. So let's take a little bit of a break and hop back in here when we're ready and check out what's about to happen. Hello? Welcome back to the stream as we are going to be hopping into the last map. This will be Nuke, and it is going to be a banger as we have a quick 13-3s on both of the picked maps. Enemy side actually looking a little bit better on those maps, which is kind of funny, but we find ourselves on Nuke, which could actually totally change the tables. I did say the Prestige looked like they were on a bit of a roll here at the moment, just having that little momentum. Meanwhile, the full push coming on towards the B side. They do find their respectable kills. Nikki coming with a double to open up that side and maybe go for the plan too. This is going to be forever trying to fend off whatever play is coming in. Man from Kazakhstan. Don't even know how to pronounce that part of the world. Aqua only catches one in between. Kinda hoping for a little bit more here. And right now, this is just going to be a bit of a reset. The bomb is definitely going to go off this time around. Aqua does have kits, but he's so far away from it. So this is just going to be a save. 2 flashes, no armor actually, and a kit. Not entirely sure if that... To be honest, it is better than nothing. Walking into that side, it's definitely not going to work out. Maybe the best thing is to catch a couple of kills. That's your $300 per Gulag kill right there. Or sorry, USP kill. But I guess this is better at this point. Kits, they do cost a little bit. He has the smoke and a couple of flashes, so Ninja Diffuse could be the way to go. We might see some ridiculous shit here. That's gotta be the quick push towards the lower side. And as we're seeing a stack, a trolley stack from the ramp, they were kind of hoping for a little bit something here. Now the question is, what are they gonna do with those flashes in the smoke? A side already occupied. Trying to find something here. He could actually save those again. That's $1,000 right there, so... Just, well, that idea goes out the window very quickly. A couple of the flashes coming in, and this is just going to be a mow down. So, doesn't really amount to much, but to be honest, they can't go for anything else, so it is what it is. He could have dropped a couple of flashes for his teammates, saved that smoke and a kit for next round. I wouldn't hate the idea, but trying to go for it. Not the worst idea either. And right now, this seems to be Prestige taking a nice control of the game here. Of course, winning a round like this is going to mean much to them. So if they could actually handle this round, as it's going to be a bye, they could step into that economy very early on. It's going to be the utility dump there at the start, Maul. Waiting on the other side of it. Maybe if a CT want to go for a expression here, it's going to be the utility drop. This is going to be the execution for the side. Long range spray coming out of that Mac-10 wins the fight, but it's going to be the rest of the CT players finding their own kills. A man advantage for the CT side. Nikki very low on HP. They have to go for the bomb plant if they still want to contest this round, but this is definitely going to be a retake attempt. Volke. The right idea. The problem is he leaves Nikki alone. 18 points of health. A singular bullet from an Empor is going to stop him. Actually, even from FAMAS at this point. And, of course, it's got to be the op shot to the face. It's always the op shot to the face when somebody's at 1 HP. Just blast him. Prodigy already gaining their first round. And it's going to be highway flash there. Smoke to try to cross. But they are going to be opening it up with a quick nade there just to make sure that nobody's going to go for the secret push yet. So, right now, right here, that's got to be the kill from Molov. Nice way to gain a shot with that Galil. Winning against a strong weapon is going to be a great start here. Meanwhile, this is going to be a nice backstab from Toro. He has a lot of control here. Depending what kind of a fight they're going to get, it's going to be the duel. Toro with Aqua to come out alive. That's going to be the smoke for the main. Knowing that there's going to be an explosion towards the site, this is going to be the these are fantastic spots for the CTs at the moment to hold on to this 8 take. Rest of the CTs from the ramp are starting to get closer towards the heaven. And right now, especially Frostlife, getting a little bit closer with Tech 9. Oh, that's a sloppy spray. Prestige, they just walk over the team holding. Nothing being given for free. Forever, the only thing that they can do at this point is try to save that silenced weapon for the next round. And I have to say, it's not looking good. The economy is just busted at this point. Prestige. Holy moly, do they look crispy. Finally, a Danish team that is showing us a game. Maybe flunking there a little bit on train, but giving us a very nice looking start here on Nuke. And some bad manners too. I love it. Maybe teabag. I'm a little bit sad that Valve decided to nerf the nerf control spamming. So, in my opinion, like after the time, there should be unlimited control spamming. So you just can't teabag until your controller gets broken, I guess. Bring back teabagging. I love it. There's actually Virtus.Pro's main team is playing at the same time against Gamer Legion. So, we have some great games. Oh, ENCE decided to sign Recon. They benched Glaive. What the fuck? That's a big change. Finlando not having a good time at the moment. So, at the moment it's Sam Young, Pody, Kersey, Regan, and Miltsy. They might actually go for more changes too. Wouldn't be surprised if that happens. That's a tough one. Nice catch from Toro. One of the needed kills. It's going to be Maul. Hopping in for the hunt here. Nice catch from Volke to drop down Beast. And this is where we are going to be seeing it. They could actually try to grab a weapon or two, maybe, at max, but yeah, at this point it's just going to be very hard to try to challenge Mac 10 with a USB. A very quickly moving target. Whoopsie doopsie. Ramp smoke will be the one to separate both of the teams here. Forever, meanwhile, actually does find a kill. I think that was on top of the main. Maybe trying to get a little bit too close to that main too early. Beast comes out with her own kill. Actually, leaves the side too. He will be hunted down. That's actually a nice shot to the head. I don't think he had head armor there. A couple of the players, they don't. Maybe playing a little bit too close there. Nikki is going to find a kill onto Aqua. And right now, it's being brought back in. Volke actually catches a very nice shot there. Picked up Op, works out for one. And Prestige, they're still doing the same. Same old, same old. Bomb will be planted for VP.Prodigy. Their mouths should be salivating at the moment for this retake. The problem is this is going to be a hard one, but they have a double op setup. So if they just push onto the site, that could be enough. The problem is they're not even going to play with the idea here. It is just going to be a full save. Two of the M4s for the next round. Looking at the money, it's really not looking good. Even with the loss bonus, this is just a horrible situation to be at. Oh no. Yeah, boom goes the bomb, and just looking at the situation where the money amount, can we see? Yeah, 3K. Oh, that's not good. Even with the 3,400 injection for next round. If they decide to go for the buy here, a half buy from a couple of the players wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. So for Beast, Aqua, and Toro, they could actually upgrade some Deagles, go for a couple of utilities here. Depending if they want to go for armor, they might actually skim on that utility a little bit, but 1,400 bucks, 1,600 bucks, it's going to be enough for the next round's buy, depending if, especially if they get kills. It is going to be enough. It's not going to be the perfect buy, but it's something. So far, a couple of the kills coming in for Aqua, and that is going to be force left to stop one in between. Triborg actually catches one with the M4, so this is going to look basically very good. 3 versus 2 with 2 of the weapons still alive on the CT side, and they can actually pick up more. Through the smoke, Beast, he gets kind of punished there. Maybe stepping a bit too much out of the ordinary. Instead of the smoke for the backs. Oh my god, forever. That was a slump of a spray. That was a free gift right there. And I think he painted the back wall fully with bullets. It wasn't a little spray too. I heard like plus 10 bullets right there. That's a big oopsie doopsie. At the moment we're hearing clicks from the chat. I think they're gonna go for a pause. They need to reset here. That's a big blunder. That was a free kill. And he literally missed every single bullet out of that M4. You barely see situations like that, but that one was bad. Oh boy.
Terrorists win.
That was sad, yeah. And it was one of those where the longer he kept the spray down, the worse it just got. It's one of those like, I'm like 15 bullets in now, I'm just not gonna quit. Let's just go through the mag. I think I hit a bullet. That's bad. One of those situations where spray DM could actually help out a little bit. Every now and then you do see like a blunder like that, even in tier 1, but it just looks very bad when it happens. Oh god. Yeah, it's really not looking good for VP. Not only are we seeing 6-1, they have Prestige is just looking like they're on fire from their side. 6-1 scoreboard on the board, just winning half of the rounds already on the T side. And the fact that the style of the wins, blunders like that from VP.Prodigy, it's definitely not going to help. So unless they can entirely reset here, they still have a buy. So that is going to be the silver lining inside those clouds, I guess. But if they're not going to do anything with a round like this, this is basically done. Because right now we're starting to step into that region where they have to have an amazing T side and a full mental swap here. So at least trades coming in, it's going to be Toro. So far Toro has been having an okay game. Still stepping in some kills here and there. It's got to be the challenge towards the ramp. Mizzy knows if he wanted to go for the second peak, that's going to be a kill. So just giving that space away from the side of Beast was the right thing to do. Molotov behind the silo here. Oh my god. That's... We're definitely not seeing missed shots here from the side of Mizzy. Literally goes for the swing, taps both of the players from both of the sides of that ramp. And in a very clean manner as well. That is just disgusting at this point. I think at this point you're gonna need like an exorcist to the server to help VP.Prodigy to win some rounds. That's a burning logo from the side of Prestige, and they definitely deserve it. Just look at the kills. 1, 4, 2, 4, 4. And to be honest, it's not that bad. A couple of the players having 4 kills. You have something there, but the problem is that the other players, they're just lacking too much. Oh no. Somebody bet 600 buckaroos on Prestige when it was 3.5x. So, okay, that's going to be a nice little bank there, over 2k. Congratulations, 2,100 bucks for you. You're a good boy. Here we go, so. That's gonna be the dropped smoke in front of the Squeaky Nikki, already coming up with entry of his own. That was towards the secret. He has slower control. If they want to go for the drop here, I wouldn't hate the idea. Nikki catches the second player too, so that's a couple of entries with a lot of space across the map. Forever does drop him down, but they kind of need more. That's gonna be a nice one. So Beast. For some reason that name is hard because I'm not entirely sure if it's a I or an L. It could be Blast 2 or a Beast. You never know with these names. Or maybe it actually says Mango. Who am I to judge? Forever catches the kill on the Mizzy. That's going to be Folke with a quick trade. Again, that's the problem so far. But it's a 2 versus 2. A nice drop nade right on top of the planter. That's going to be the push coming in from Hut. MP9 for the win. Meanwhile, on front of the silo, Beast is going to find that kill. And at least VP.Prodigy are going to be posting another round on the board. The question is this going to be another 13-3? I don't know. We don't know. Nice, beautiful pants. Someone even hoping for a comeback. Let me ask a little bit of a temperature check here. Do you really believe this could be a comeback game? Is it possible? Of course it's possible. It's always possible, but just looking at the match so far, do we really give this a chance for a comeback? Yeah, not at all. Yeah, this is exactly because it's not always even about the numbers. It's what the game looks like. Prestige, they should like flock big time. Meanwhile, VP.Prodigy, they have to find that second win from somewhere. And to think about the fact that they are going to be swapping sides too. But Nuke is one of those maps where some teams can be ridiculously good on the T side. That's a nice catch from Beast, by the way. So, second kill of the round for VP. Folke does come up with a quick trade. So Forever hits the ground. And right now, they have a chance to open this up. They just have to read these angles correctly. That's a little bit of a too sloppy of a peek there for Mizzy. So Beast catches a second easy kill. It's going to be the nade. Molotov spent just to make sure. At the moment, Beast is dancing across these vents very well. Being dynamic. Not showing the same peak again and again. Is he going to go for the stretched peak? That's going to be the smoke in front of him. Is he going to go for the pop shot? Yes. Changing angle, but using this as a fake. Aqua is going to be the one to take a shot from the vents. And VP.Prodigy, we might actually see a second round in a row. This might be happening at the moment. Maybe the comeback, it has something to it. That's the last shot. A triple for Beast on this round. Now the question is it enough to motivate a win? Still a long way to go. Burns coming in. Just enough to fend off the Warriors here from the site. And with this much utility, they're really not doing much. At the moment, they're just testing the waters, seeing what kind of a situation VP are going to be putting themselves in. That's a good push towards... almost kills the second player through the wall too, so that wasn't that far away. Missy was very low. And that's going to be Frostlev at least with a quick trade, but Triborg is going to be still pushing in. So it's a 4 versus 4 with almost the execution coming in. Falke drops down. They know exactly where one of the players is. Triborg posts a 4K, and to be honest, he could go for the full 5 A's. Especially as they know that the last player is towards the main here. Yeah, a 5 to 7 health, to be honest, is not the worst thing to happen. Especially with the momentum. Yeah, he's not going to catch the ace. So that is Nikki at least finding one of those kills. Still finding a bit of a corner here to challenge, but this is going to be a tough one. What? At least he hits the second shot. I'm just way too tired for this at the moment. He even double scoped in and then he just misflicked. Oh, I'm too tired. I need food. At least they won the round. So, that's 4 on the board. 1 potential round to be played for. You can hear the excitement in my voice at the moment. That was one of the most anticlimactic off misses I've ever seen in this game. It's like, oh, I'm on target. Let me double scope it. Oh, miss. It's funny when it happens, but it is Counter-Strike. We did actually have that on train a little bit earlier too, so... Some people have that knee-jerk reaction. Draken was actually very known for that. Literally easy shot, flicks and misses, but a pixel shot to the face on an obscure box a mile away, of course he's gonna hit that shot. Meanwhile, this is going to be the outside control, falling in for the side of Prestige, taking a lot of space here now. It's all about Prodigy. How they're reading into this one. They have to be a little bit careful here. Usually from spots like this, it is going to be a little bit murky to push in as they know where they are, but there are some very good corners where you can actually challenge, especially like that. Malo is going to be the first one to find out Aqua. They still have a lurker outside, but it really doesn't do anything at this point. That's going to be the first one to drop. Ready for the fence peak, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be Beast pushing up. Oh, he doesn't use that opportunity for his advantage, so leaving away, the bomb will be planted behind the silo, and this is going to be a 3-man retake. Especially with one of them already being busted. That's going to be Malo to drop down Triborg, to drop lower Nikki. Oh, he's going for a play here. No saves in front of them anymore. Forever has to play alone as his teammate is just not finding the luck. And a chance to push up here. Oh, this is just absolute bullying. 8 rounds on the board. VP.Prodigy, they did stabilize a little bit, but I do have to be very honest. 4 rounds here on the CT side, especially what it looked like, is not going to be something you're going to be happy about. But like I said, everything is possible. We have seen crazier things. Beast was having a fight of his life against that ladder, but looking at his stats, to be honest, he's okay on the kill department. 10 to 8, 0 assists, of course. Meanwhile, 11 and 12 for Nikki and Mal. Fall catches the kill away from 10. And off we go for more. So, quick little restart as we are getting into the second half here. You can hear the weapons being swapped back and forth. Click, click, click. Early shots being traded. Not really landing the mark there. That's gonna be the kill from Triborg. And starting to look a little bit better right here. Nice shot from Forever to drop down Malo. But more is needed. starting to look a little bit better right now. Aqua is going to be the one to actually pull it back to a 1 versus 2. And still a little bit shaky here, but doable. Gaining that bomb control is going to be the first one in line. They have a little bit of an idea that he's going to be outside. Somewhere just holding that angle. Looking for an opportunity. Any of the mistakes coming in could be the end of this hold. To make this a 1 versus 1 is actually doable. Of course, 46 points of health is not going to be a good time. And this is Mizzy. They are starting to probe all of these spots here. And Aqua, well, he's thinking it's very slow at the moment. "17 seconds. Finally starting to advance. That is going to be the hold. And all of this holding, the lurking rotation, it is just anticlimactic as we just see a singular shot to the face. Prestige, they take their 9th round. And right now, it's starting to look bleak. That pistol was important. Technical pals coming in. Hopefully, we don't get a drop out of the server again. I just want this to end. Insane start for... I don't believe in a comeback. Well, at this point, it's starting to look a little bit more bleak. It's still possible, I want to say it, but for it to happen, I'm going to say some stars, they need to be aligned. Iberian Soul roster has been finalized with Martineza. Cool tats. Click, click, click. Freeze time. Almost over, and just looking at the buy at the moment. Yeah, Tech 9s, a clock, a P250. If this is the best they can actually amount to. And every single player is bought off to the brim with those armors too. So VP.Prodigy, they're really throwing everything against the machine. So if this a round where Prestige actually takes the win, this is basically going to be one of the last nails into the coffin. Inside that smoke, trying to go for that spray timing. Right idea, but doesn't catch any kills. That's going to be Maul with 1, but a quick trade coming in from that Tech 9. It's going to be Nikki with a quick catch on the Beast. As the bomb is going to be planted. Volke. He's having a little dance here. 1 versus 1. Finally, his teammates are coming a little bit closer, opening that door, giving him a chance to get away. They have the utility for the easy retake. They basically just have to smoke both doors or the window. And that's basically it. The idea here is to try to save as many weapons as they can, not to lose them. Nikki is going to be the one to actually find a double. It's going to be a full 10-second defuse, which is a little bit too much. The USB does its job, and that's basically done. Beautiful retake coming in from Prestige. No pressure, no problems. Just doing what they're good at. And I have to say, this is a very different team. I did say that on train on a couple of rounds. It looked like a Prestige. They had a nice flow going, but after that, there were just... So, I think it was like round number 6 that really went tits up. Sorry, it was 6 rounds on the side of Virtus Pro where it really went tits up. And we just started to see the same old, some very large issues coming in. But a full reset on Overpass to do that to the enemy team, and especially on Nuke. Looking this good. That's going to be 2 out of 3 maps at the moment. Doesn't really matter that they flunked the first one. Could be all in just to the warm-up. At the moment, they're looking great. They are ready for that secret push. Volke will be the one to try to fend off. He actually still gets his second kill. Triberg is not... sorry, I think it was Beast who wasn't ready for that to happen. Triberg. Meanwhile, from the other side of the map, catches a kill, but that's going to be Malo. Finding him, and Toro will be left alone. 4 and 10. And if he loses this round, Prestige is going to find their 11th. With VP basically scraping for money. We are very close to a map point here. Upper bracket point. This isn't a game of losers, so loser of this one, they still have a chance. They're not out of the tournament, but the winner is going to be going through the playoffs. And that's a big thing. Being one of the teams finally going through. Nice catch there at the end, even the FAMAS coming into play. They are trying to catch as many weapons as they can. Changing those Galils is going to be the best option right now. Here we go. Molotov spin at the start. And this is Mizzy already stepping in. We are not really seeing the action finally towards the A side. It gets a little bit scrappy, but most of those kills overwhelmingly going for the side of Prestige. Even saving 3 weapons for an next round. This is basically done. I have to say, VP.Prodigy at the moment just getting stomped on these 2 last maps here. It would have been a cool comeback, and to be honest, I usually don't care which team wins, but I usually just want to see a great game. This time around, it feels like maybe VP.Prodigy, new team, whatever it is, still finding their way in. Of course, academy team, so you can't really expect tier 1 gameplay from them yet, but I was just waiting for a bit more of a fight, especially after seeing Train. So it is what it is. Aqua is at least going to be one to find a kill here. That's going to be a team triple. From the player's speed. Wait a minute. Missy actually brings it back to a doable number. Nikki doesn't hit the shot. That could have been a best way to bring it to a 1 versus 1. So Toro and Treborg. Both of them left here. Molotov for the heavens, and that plant is definitely gonna come in. VP.Prodigy, they're gonna make this a 5 at least. Padding those stats a little bit. Showing us something. Yeah, getting destroyed 2 maps in a row is kind of sad. I'm not entirely sure even what to say. Like I said, the worst thing that usually can happen after a stomp is that you get stomped on your own map. If it happens to you first, you can actually reset from that, but when it happens afterwards, that mental fortitude, understanding that the enemy team is going to be on fire for the 3rd one, that's not a fun situation to look at, especially right now as Volke found Triborg. This is a 1 versus 2 forever left. In a clutch situation, starting to push in from the main, and Volke will go for the full spread as Forever will be spotted, and that is going to be it. Prestige will be winning this best of 3 after a horrible Train. I do have to say they look very different on the rest of the 2 maps. And I have to kind of say they looked snappy, they looked like they were on point, doing a very good job there, and actually keeping their heads cold, so congratulations for them. They definitely deserve that. So Mol, great taps there. Well played. And yeah, this isn't a game where neither of the teams are going to be dropped. So for Prestige, congratulations. They're actually going through for the playoffs. And for the side of VP, the only thing that's going to happen is that they're going to drop to the lower bracket against an enemy team there. So that's basically done for today. Hopefully you guys had a good time. My back is still busted. Sorry for that. Couldn't cast well, but it is what it is. We're going to see you in the future. And from now on, I'm just going to say congratulations for the teams that won and for the teams that didn't. Hopefully you do better on the next game. See you then. Have a good time.